Good evening, and so we have reached the end of the day, the start of the day, some part of the day at least. And well, I have a number of things I'd like to talk to you about, but some of it might be coming a bit later. First, let's get it out of the way. I actually emptied my postbox today. Mailbox, not a postbox, mailbox. Yeah, well, technically I didn't empty it. I just looked inside and just dug through all the commercials and ads and shitty free newspapers. Found two things, two envelopes from the IRS, the tax authorities. So, right there, I was like, okay. I go in, I open them. One is tax office. Said it right. Yeah. Money back. You're so naive. That's not how it works around here. It basically the motto of the Danish tax authority is I don't care how much tax you pay, you haven't paid enough. That is the motto. So it doesn't matter how much you pay, you just haven't paid enough. So they're like, yeah, you have failed to report your income for 2020 for your company, my other company, the one that doesn't exist anymore, and the other one was you failed to do it, and now you will be charged $1,000 in fine. And I immediately rushed up, called the tax authorities, spent half an hour waiting in line, and then I got through, and I was like, yeah, but I talked to you, and you said there was nothing else, and it was closed, and you can see it's closed, and there's nothing else. So why would you want this in a year where it was already closed? Well, you do have to report it, and it was only closed at that date. Like, yeah, but I don't know why it's closed at that date, because that's not what I agreed. Plus, as soon as you, as soon as the company terminates, you cannot really receive any electronic post to that company anymore, because that electronic mailbox is shut down, and that's the only way they communicate to you. So right after the company shut down, I mentioned it like half a year ago, they sent it. I got a text message that says you have information in your e-box, and I tried logging in. And I was like, so I called them again. I said, look, I got an email. I got a mail from you. It's in my mailbox, but you've shut down the mailbox. Are you sure this is nothing important I need to actually? Nah, don't worry about it. It's just a confirmation. Half a year later. By the way, pay us $1,000 because we didn't type it in correctly. So slightly agitated, slightly annoyed. I poked at them, and then they were like, "Oh yeah, I think you need to talk to the person who did this with you." Like, I mean, it shouldn't matter that it's the same person. All right, well, pass me on. Oh yeah, she's not around. Well, someone else got to fix it because I'm not waiting for this. Yeah, I can see that here it's registered as it should have been closed at the end of 2019. Like, exactly. Yeah, so that's strange why it isn't, because you're still missing for 2020 and 2021. Well, just fix it. Well, we can't do that. Yeah. I hope it saved you $1,000. No, it's probably going to cost me $2,000 now, because they have typed it in incorrectly. So they've only shut down the company as of 10th of March this year. Well, it should have been shut down at the end of the fiscal year of 19. So that means I've now haven't reported my earnings for 2020, which is a fine, and for 2021, which I'll be fined in very short after this year. So to get resolved in the end, nope. She was like, I can see there's a problem, but I can't fix it. I'm gonna have to talk to someone, and we can call you back tomorrow. Like, yeah. And the thing is, like, they know that they did something wrong, because they have one place that it says that should be shut down on one date, and then they have put it into what they put into the system as another date. But once the tax authorities issue a fine, I'm pretty sure there's nothing they can do, for all their good intentions, to retract it or credit it. Surely they can't find you without a warning. Sure they can. They can do whatever the fuck they please. Because, I mean, I didn't report it, and I was supposed to report it. So, yeah. Yeah, they did warn me, and I just... Yeah, so, get money from you, so we won't fix it. It's going to end up being like, well, actually, you had to, and something, and I'm like, I called you. I got a confirmation. You can look in your logs. And then they're like, do you have some email correspondence with the... And it said, yes, I do. And then I opened it, and then it's all coded messages where it basically gets like, here's a link to the email sent, and then you have a passcode, sent to your text message, and then you click the link, enter your passcode, and then you have the email available, except that expired. So now I have no proof of the correspondence. Obviously they have, but it's just, I know what it's going to end up. It's going to end up me being super frustrated, and they go like, oh, we hear you, but there's nothing we can do. And then they'll go like, yeah, you really should have done something else. We can't tell you what, but you should have done something else. Now pay up. It's basically like, it's basically just a protection money from some kind of local racket. You go like, but I don't need protection. Oh, you do need protection, do you? Because otherwise we'll just repossess your house. But well, you can pay up, or we'll find the money some way. We've tried nothing and we're all out of ideas. That is exactly what they're gonna say. Yeah. The thing is, with taxes, it's always like they will find infinite ways to screw over just about anyone, except then if people are rich enough, they go like, well, fuck it, we forgot to claim 24 billion Danish crowns. That's what happened 2 years ago. And they go like, well, we'll just write it off. In the meantime, they're going to be hounding people for $1,000 here and $1,000 there, while at the same time just pissing away 24 billion. Like, yeah, that's the life of a bureaucracy. So, yeah, Kafkaesque. That's my first words for what comes to mind. Yeah. In April and May, when I got the letters with the fines, you permit, yeah. The thing is, like, it is good to live in a bureaucracy, and bureaucracy is usually used as a derogatory term for when things are not working, but it is really good to work in a bureaucracy, because that means when new stupid populist politicians get voted into office, they can't just change the rules because the bureaucracy has been there for the last 20 years, and they will resist the most stupid of things, and they will sort of guide the country through despite populists. And populist politicians are kind of a thing right now. So yes, I'm very happy that I live in a bureaucracy, but it also means that this inertia that's good when it comes to stupid politicians and their stupid ideas, unfortunately means that I'm going to have to pay my extra bonus tax for because they typed in things in the wrong column in their program. And yeah, that's how it is. How is the state of digitalization in Danish bureaucracy? 100%. There's nothing on paper. You cannot communicate with communicate with any part of the government physically. The only reason why I got these damn messages here was because they shut down my my electronic box. So everything has been digitalized many years ago, which is really nice, actually. That's really nice. You can do everything, create and terminate companies and all that stuff, and you can do everything electronically. So that is nice, and you kind of take it for granted. So yeah, Spider turn for president. I think that's it's the safe thing. Anyway, that was just a little vomit. Sorry I had to take it out on you. Now we might be ready to get started. I have another more uplifting topic we'll broach at another point. So, and good evening. Man, Denmark, great country, but the language and currency is all Chinese. Actually, you might be understanding. It's actually not Chinese. It's Danish. Surprisingly, in Denmark we speak Danish. That's not Chinese. They also have quite different characters in China, so you should be able to tell the difference between Chinese and Danish. But I mean, yeah, I guess not. They are very closely related, though, I'm sure. Where did I go? Danish characters are like Nilaus. What is that? Incomprehensible? Move over here. Sorry, with the way Danish is pronounced to non-Danes, it may as well be Chinese. Why Chinese? Chinese actually makes a lot of sense. There are very stringent rules in the Chinese language, so I'm not saying it's easy to learn, but at least sort of stuff like numbers makes sense. So you go like count to 10 and then add them together, and it just makes a lot of sense. It's not like in Danish where the numbers are completely messed up. So no, I don't think using Chinese as a comparison of how bad it is to Danish is. I think Danish is by pretty much any standard worse than any other language. Also, because while you're trying to learn Chinese, you will be like, well, there's more than 1 million people speaking it. It's a superpower. It's useful. That'll keep me motivated. While if you try to learn Danish, you go like, what the hell am I doing with my life? Why am I doing this? I should be learning Chinese instead. And then the teacher goes, now say rød med fløde. And you go like, I have no idea what's going on. Just get me out of here. Is there a Chinese class instead? So, I think Chinese is easier. That's why after living in Denmark for 13 years, I still don't speak Danish and don't plan on bothering to learn. Well, it's just going to be hard to hang out with us Danes, and of course you'd want to do that because we are too lazy to learn other people's and languages and stuff. But why is the porridge red? Because it's made of strawberries. It's strawberry. Hello, Draco. Good evening. It's basically strawberry porridge with whipped cream. No, not with whipped cream, just with cream. You don't know how many hours I spent learning Esperanto. You know when people speak Esperanto? No, I don't. But I guess that's kind of. It's just kind of masochism, right? It's like that's like learning Klingon or Elvish or something. It's just you do it because you want to, right? How do we get to porridge? Straight there. Cool. Look at all of this we've done. It's almost ready to. Oh, wait a minute, not quite. Okay, so we got. Okay, let's take a step back and just we'll get chicks for sure. I don't think so. I don't think I don't think that neither Klingon or Elvish will get chicks for sure. I don't think so, but I mean, prove me wrong for all you. Hey, Orlando, good evening and welcome. 31 minutes. Only tell elves and other Klingons. You must be lonely. That must be nice. I'm like, oh, I don't. You haven't had a girlfriend in years. Like, are you okay? Yeah, I'm just waiting for someone to. I can speak Klingon to. It's not that I'm not interested. I just haven't found the right one. Right one did. Good. You keep looking. Keep looking. Put that in your profile on Tinder, and then just see the super likes come rolling in. But I mean, if it works, then I'll tell me where I can get some classes, right? There are entire dating apps related to finding other Klingon speakers. Yes. All 3 of them. And they're all the same guy. I mean, there's always like the outlier. I wouldn't really just go so far as to say that it is a thing just because 2 people found each other. Yeah. People find each other for the weirdest ways. Just imagine a dating profile entirely in Klingon Elvish. Yeah, I mean, if it works, it works. Alright, now let me figure something else that might work. That is a thing. That's another thing. There, done. That's actually kind of boringly easy. Like this. Yeah. Do we see any problems with this? I think it looks pretty neat. Can't dating app Mary's. Well. Boom. There you go. Good evening, Andy Man. Right, let's build it and then be happy. Except we don't have enough of this. Nope, not even close. Not even close. It seems a bit sloppy, this part, right? Like the fact that it does not go in and out at the same place. That just seems wrong, right? There you go. Hello, Chris. Good evening. I don't think that's needed, right? Correct. I think that's needed. Or that one. Or that one. Explosive rocketry. Alright, so we need some reds and we need some other stuff. Sure. Let's go get electric furnace without modules. Absolutely. Everything in this series is different. But I think I can pretty easily argue why that's the correct case. I am constrained primarily on my drones. If I need to use non-electric miners, then I also need to get a fuel. Fuel means mining, or it means using my precious oil for it, and I don't want to use oil for it, and I don't have oil nearby, and I don't want to use my precious miners for it either, so it has to be this way. Let's get up. So what we're working on is the low density structures. load into structures, and after that we are going to work towards the blue circuits, and then that will after that be yellow science. Woohoo! All before we get attacked. Maybe. That one. Got it. Hello, XR. Good evening. That one. This seems okay. I don't think I need more of the other things. Maybe get a few of these. And that's also running out, so. Now, we do have another problem, and that's the fact that I do not make any of this. So I just need some greens and then some iron. Greens and iron. Oh, hey, Christopher AG. Thank you for the 15 months of Prime. There.
Welcome back.
Oh, hey, Fennec. Thank you for the 5 months.
Is greatly appreciated.
Yeah, did it. There.
Ow, 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 ow. Ow, 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 ow. Ow, 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 ow.
I did have 2 beers for dinner, so it might not be latency's fault this time around. Hello, Richard. Good to see you. I didn't even have to crash the server to get you here today. Awesome. I'm happy. I did notice that you were lurking from the beginning, so. Don't drink and drive. If I have to, then it should be in Factorio, I suppose. Oh, did you see that Satisfactory has updates for driving in update 5? That's interesting. Yeah, so I think it's going to be more and more certain that I'm going to be playing some Satisfactory when that comes out. Do we have any idea about when... Oh, that's a weird tree. When we could expect to see update 5? Because the thing is, like, knowing how the Swedish labor market works, we have like a month from now, and then it's Christmas break, and then there's 2 months after Christmas, and then it goes into Easter, and then it's summer vacation. So, you know, there's a very slim window where they can release things. The fact that I feel that it's closer, but maybe I'm just being hopeful. When I was kid, I thought drinking and driving meant drinking anything, even juice. Ah. They just keep saying soon. Of course they do, but if we know there's a history of how long it's been since they started releasing things for update 4 or even update 3 to they actually got something out there. And then the fact that they're ramping up now every week, they give some kind of release of something, then if they next Friday announce the release date, it really wouldn't surprise me. Right? Oh no, Cable Beast, that is absolutely true. That's kind of one of the next topics. The best news all day, everywhere, any day, anywhere, is of course the fact that Darkest Dungeon 2 is hitting open early access on the 26th of October. So I'm gonna go all in on Darkest Dungeon for that. But with update 5, then for example, comparing it to Darkest Dungeon, announced it today that it's going to be the 26th of October. So they announced it with a bit more than a month to go. That's when they really they're looking at the code and go like, yep, it's good, it's ready. If we're going to announce it, we're not going to be shifting it later on. So that 6 weeks before a launch date, I think that's a good time. If you go like 3 months before, then it's going to be hard to keep up the hype. If you do it like 2 more weeks before, then it also becomes like, whoa, I can't take days off work for this if you want to do that. I'm not going to take days off work to play Darkest Dungeon, but I'm certainly going to play it. So that means my guess would be it is going to be start November for Satisfactory. I don't think they dare release it in like mid-December before they all go on vacation. I just don't think that's... I don't think that makes sense, and I don't think it's a good move if they do. I can't really see a release later than mid-November. The alarm messages only go up to 601. That's because that was made as an optimization quite a while ago, actually, so that it wouldn't just go through all of it. So it basically looks at those 600 at a time, and then it filters through the next 600, checks if they can be placed, and then goes to the next 600. It can be a bit annoying, but on the other hand, the game doesn't slow to a crawl if you have 30,000 open requests, and that happens. So that's the intention. Gives me some confidence they didn't have to do too much guesstimating about this being ready. Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. And if it's like, we want to get it out that date, then it goes like, okay, so that's for Christmas sales or something. That seems more like reasonable. I'd recommend to start with Factorio. Frank, and depends if you're new. Then if you're new and want a starter Let's Play, then I would recommend Let's Start Automating. The one from, it's about a year old, but nothing really has changed in the game since then. Very few things. That's it's pretty solid. It explains why and what I do. If you are more experienced, then I would recommend stuff like Base in a Book, which will then can inspire you to do some clever designs. Yeah, I'm turning to Factorio. Oh, but no about USB. That doesn't help. Then I would say let's start automating, because I explain why I do things, and if I use a hotkey, then I try to explain what that hotkey is. Yeah. Yeah, I think the Base in a Book is a bit overwhelming, because I deliberately go like, I expect you to have some knowledge, and I'm going to expect you to have seen some of the masterclasses, so I'm just going to pull it in and just go like, now we build it. And then you go like, whoa, why, what, how, what is this? And then you might just, okay, brush over it and accept it, and then it becomes a bit black box-ish. So I recommend actually the Let's Start Automating, because the Let's Start Automating, I design the same things as I did in the masterclass, but I just design them during the Let's Play. And I think that just makes more sense. Wow, so that is a good win for that series. Good to hear, Draco. Happy to hear that. It's actually close, but I'm gonna set this to 200. Maybe not 2000, but 200, yeah. This is 84, and I already have put 8 of them. 84 plus 8 is not 96. Close though. That should be the 86 plus 8 that I have already placed. That's not enough. We'll get 2 more. Yeah, so for anyone who is unfamiliar with Darkest Dungeon, it is one of my absolute favorite games. That and it was probably actually the first game I streamed. So I go way back, and I am fairly decent at it, and definitely not world class, but pretty good. And it's basically it's a roguelike before everything was a roguelike. But now they've strengthened the roguelike parts of it. It is, if you think of games like XCOM as being extremely punishing for random bad luck, then that is nothing compared to Darkest Dungeon. And that's just the beautiful part of it. It's the fact that you are knowing that you're always teetering on the edge. And oh, we forgot the yellow ones. Damn it. Oh well, back again. Yellow one as in red. GMTK Game Maker's Toolkit. There's also a good good video about sort of their release, their development process, which was like, man, that was so bad. I mean, okay, so it started like as a really small company, smaller than Voob, and well, just 2 people, and then a few developers and such added along the way. But Tyler, who is the founder and CEO, and they released the game in early access, and people loved it, but it wasn't working because that was before they added corpses to the game, and it just meant that some strategies just evolved, and they were just completely abusive, and people liked abusing those strats, but it was not good for the game. So they decided to make the change that they added corpses, and everyone hated it. And they just got the worst shitstorm and review bombing and all of the things that you would expect. Complete toxicity at the same time as Tyler, his dad passed away. So it was just, yeah, poor guy. Definitely not something you want to see with your life's work just being,
Ow, 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 ow.
your reputation being dragged through the mud while you're going through some critical things on your life. But they stood strong, and they knew that, they believed that that was the right thing for the game. And boy, were they right. And this is why when people say, listen to the fans, nah, not always. You know your game better than your fans know the game, because people wanted their comfort of their strategies, and they did not want to learn new strategies, did not want to sort of get challenged, and all their imbalanced strategies that it wouldn't work anymore. And it seemed like people just couldn't take it. But it was absolutely the right thing for them to do. For the game, for the longevity of the game. Otherwise it would just have been a dead game. Because people would have been loving their strats, and then they would have complained about how stupidly imbalanced and easy it was, and then they would have left it and moved on. Not realizing that the stuff they wanted, the stuff they asked for was the stuff they didn't want. So, yeah. And there. So what do we need? We need Bartek. You need to come over here. Get over here. And Starving. Starving is only 200,000. Okay, but we'll starve out Starving. Yeah, so I think it's really good to see that they're doing great with Darkest Dungeon. Hey, Weekend Warrior Ona 89. Thank you for the 3 months. Yeah, so anyway, it is extremely punishing. In the new Darkest Dungeon 2, they will actually embrace more of the roguelike format, and it just seems like it's going to be basically, it sounds a bit like a turn-based Hades, like the idea of having that really strong meta progression. But basically, there's, as I understand it, you'll have like one hero who will sort of, the setting is that the Eldritch Horror has won and is slowly dooming the world, and humanity has just basically given up into their base desires instead of just trying to fight the cosmic horror. So they're all just decrepit and corrupted and evil, and there are a few heroes who are still fighting the good fight, just trying against all odds to battle the cosmic horror. I need to battle across the land and recruit heroes along the way, and they will some will make it, most will not, and they will be having internal like friendships and rivalries and enmities and all that, and you sort of lead this band of heroes through impossible odds towards whatever goal there is. And then as they die, you will recruit new and face the horrors of the world. And it seems so amazing. I'm really looking forward to it. Yeah, so it's I'm really looking forward to it. I think it's going to be absolutely fantastic, and I'm going to be going all in on it. Hey, Clown Eric, thank you for the gift sub. Paying for the one we got from Chris, and Chris is also running on a gift sub. It's just a. It's a gift sub circle jerk. That's what it is. It's all one big gift sub circle jerk. Sorry. Those two. Did you play Icarus this weekend? How was it? It was amazing. I love it, and I want to play more of it. It was super fun. Hey, Lorenzo Lewis, thank you for a gift sub. I really loved it. I'm not sure I can understand why I love it so much. It doesn't make any sense. What? That was weird. Didn't it trigger twice? See, Lorenzo, this is where you had to. I had to add to the circle, comma, jerk. Comma, save lives. Yeah. So I guess this one will. Oops, this will be coming from here. Right, so whoops. When it comes to Icarus, I really enjoyed it. It had moments when I was not so much enjoying it, but now that I know that you're gonna lose when you die, you lose your XP, and that sucks. Grind it back. But you will always be able to recover your corpse, because that was the part when I thought I had lost my corpse. That was pretty sad, because it was so much. It was like an hour worth of XP and an hour worth of grinding that was all just gone. But then it turns out it wasn't gone, and just that part means that now that when you look back at it, you go like, all right, so you do not lose your inventory. That is a massive thing, not losing your inventory when dying, and you can even recover it even if you have another corpse that is there. So that, to me, is making it a lot easier. And of course it sucks when you spend hours on a level, but it really isn't. Leveling isn't that hard. Hey Exoy, thank you for the 200. Let's get a patch. Thank you. And Kelthus immediately at the same time joined in for exactly the same intention, I guess. Thank you both of you. And that is almost triggering a little train of sorts, maybe. Hey Clown Eric, thank you. You can't trigger it because you're already one of the 4 people who are there, so it would have to be someone else if you'd wanted that. But thank you for adding to the tally. Yeah, so if I have to put some words on why I really enjoy hey Barthak, thank you for the 200. That should trigger. Like why I really enjoyed Icarus, I think the clearest I can come to sort of explaining it is that I really enjoyed the time I spent in the game. It was a typical kind of game that I like. It was slow paced. It was not rushed. You could build things, and it was really leaving your own creativity to to just come up with what you wanted, and I really enjoyed it. And it seemed to have a lot of like relatively simple mechanics, but a lot of depth to it. Anyway, so that was super amazing, and it actually was so amazing that I'm definitely going to play it again. But more than that, I'm actually considering Valheim as a game that I want to test out, because I think that I might be sort of the same cool vibes for it. Vichu, Sarai Shadowhopper, gifting a sub. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. And Vichu, they saw the bar moved a lot, and that was because it's a tier 3. Moves as much as a as 5 gift subs, just like that. Thank you, Vichu. Good to see you still around. I'm still going to give you a hard time. I know you are... yeah. And here. And then Fun Dip, maybe? Thank you for the 2 months. It seems like 7 Days to Die without the zombies, which I think is probably going to make it better. I don't know 7 Days to Die. I have no idea about that game, so. But I don't know. Well, I watched. I tried watching Sgt. Pepper play it, and I was just. It just didn't catch my attention. So. There's definitely something different. Swish. And the same with like, oh, but what about Rust or Ark Evolved or anything else? Like, yeah, I'm sure, but there's something about that they didn't catch my attention the same way. So that's why I am. I'm actually really looking to play some Valheim. There's a new release coming of Valheim, and I think that might be just really an interesting game for me to play. Because I just had such a good time with Icarus, and it was so relaxing, and I could also see that, unlike oftentimes when I play a new game, then the first day there's some interest, and then it kind of diminishes. But here, on the second day, there was more interest than there was on the first day. Of course, maybe that was because it's a Sunday and blah 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 blah. So still, I think it was Valheim's PvP, not if you don't have the PvP parts.
A kind gesture.
It's still private games, so it's not like you can't disable invasions. Anyway, I see some things. That is Exoy with 200 bits and Kelthus with 300 bits. Are you just duking it out here for that? It's Clown Eric with 2 subs and Kelthus with 500 bits. That's the state of the nation here. Thank you, Kirk, for the 1 year.
Welcome home.
First non-gift for me. That is amazing. Thank you so much for it. Only took you 11 months of gift subs to to convince you to subscribe yourself. But thank you very much for doing it. And what better way to do it than during
Steadfast loyalty is greatly appreciated.
than during September. Thank you, Draco. All right, okay. We are all the way already down to 1 minute left on this hype train, and it is not even a level 2. So can we get it? Can we get it to a level 2? 50 seconds left, so get your snipes in. Sorry, Shadowhopper with 5 gift subs. All right, it's almost there. 68%. Go, snipe, 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 snipe. More sniping. 40 seconds. Can be done. I'd like to see it get to a level 2, right? We can do it, right? And here. Why is it not working yet? No, 30 seconds. Oh no. Oh no. Really? At 500 bits? Wow. Okay. That is
War shall enter
cutting
the
it too
fray.
close. Polterman, didn't you miss one the other day? Because you were cutting it just a bit too close. That is cutting it close. Thank you so much for the 10 gift subs. And thank you even more for the fact that it didn't end as a level 1 hype train. Because that's... It's just nice to get at least level 2. And the copper is not doing anything. Why are you not doing anything? Many reasons. Only have 8 of those. Missed one yesterday, yep. Let's get all of this. Vacuuming up this part. Alright, well that was great with the level 2. Now I can still go that I'm 500 bits as winning as a level 2 hype train. That is not often there. Okay, so what do we have? We have 88, so I have 12, 21 I can build. Okay. That's 15 I've built now. That's 20 and 21. There.
Welcome back.
That one gay. Thank you for the
Greatly appreciated.
tier 1 for 5 months. It's looking good. Might as well. Yep. All of the, oh yeah, all of this is not done. Very much not done. Okay, 2 minutes 20. Still with the bits are still a bit of a puzzle here. I have 10 subs, that's more like it. Cool. Go, 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 go. What does the O3 signal mean? That means it makes 0.3 per second. Only 3 per second here. That is not a lot. So what do we need? We need an awful lot of reds and some yellow belts. And that's about it, right? Yeah. When you just autofill the furnaces, could it cause plates in the steel? Nope, it cannot. Drones. There. 24 going out. And the reason why I say that so confidently is that if the furnace has not been set for anything yet, it won't be inserting. There we go, PJTR. Thank you. 600 bits. I want to see just a bit of competition. We can't just, as much as it would be cool to see a new person on the map like Kael'thas, it just 500 bits for a beautiful mining ore patch just doesn't seem right. So, hey Barthik, thank you for the 500. All right, you also want to go in, go at it. And so I Shadowhopper with the 5 more gift subs. Thank you. All right, well now didn't even have to say anything, and now it's almost. It is almost at 11 subs and 700 bits. Oh, that can be sniped, but now is the time. Urchalak. Oh, you've been really good at sniping. Oh, 96. Oh, 96. 20 seconds. Oh, 96. 98%. No, 98. 98. No. Oh, the horror. I can't bear to watch it. 98%. You're trolling me. Oh, I didn't make it. It might make it. Maybe. Conquers. Did it? Now it's stuck on 0-2. We have no idea what happened. Did it work? Did it not work? I have no idea. Just in time. Oh, Conquers, you're amazing. Everyone's amazing. That is crazy. I've never seen the countdown go that slow at the end. Never seen it go that slow. It's always like, oh, there we go. We'll round it down to done. But not this time. This time it was like, come on, anyone. It's confused. Yeah, well, I don't mind. I don't mind that confusion. And thank you, Pulsar Man. You managed to snipe it back. Yeah. So Quamley, the way it works is that whoever is in the hype train conductor when the train ends, currently Pulsar Man and Conquers, they're the ones who will get the name on the map. So how much it's gonna cost you to get it, that depends very much on what everyone else does at the same time. It was red inserters, right? Primarily red inserters. And then that one. Yeah, so that's it. We have all of our drones there. Yellow inserters, don't need them. I don't think I'm going to use yellow inserters anymore. So actually I'll just do this. Green inserters might be something that I should have, but do not. Hey Barthok, thank you for the 500. You're stealing it back now with about 1200, I guess. There, so this is working, except it isn't working. The only thing that's not working is here. We are going to get some plastic in coming from this side. I think we'll go whoop, where is it? Still that one. I think we might just need to reinforce it just a bit. Right, so now we need 3 lanes of oil coming in here, or 3 lanes of plastic coming in. 90 plastic per second is what this one is consuming, so it's crazy, right? 90 plastic per second, and I get output of 3 per second. Yep, it's pretty crazy with these recipes here. Expensive recipes are expensive. All right, 1 minute and 40 left, so I think that this is a... It was so close on level 1 and so close level 2 and so close on level 3. Now it's not at all close on level 4. So we also have like Pulsar Man with 15 subs and Barthek with about 1200 bits, I guess. 15 subs, yes. Up here we need some more of this. Go. And then we need to go take a look at how we want to make the plastic, because I already have one line of plastic, one excess line of plastic, that one. And then I just need one more. Simple as that, just one more. We'll kill that one, I think. That's just looking weird. Hey, Severe Shadowhopper with 5 gift subs. You're stealing it back. That is great to see. And Barthek, whoa! Oh, Barthek, you are... That is routine coming in there. Just sensing that Urchalak would be sniping and then already counter-sniping. Oh, no! Urchalak is fast on this one. Pew, 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 and conquers. Whoa! Wow, that's some aggressive sniping. You've just been quiet, just sitting there. Urchalak, I think you got it. I think you got it again, dare I say?
A gleaming endowment.
I think it was too late. Yeah, Conquers, I think you came in a bit too late. We'll see. Second conductor. Oh yeah, sorry, Shadowhopper, and yeah, congratulations on that. That's also a really nice long name, and it's gonna be 500,000. 500,000 somewhere around here. I really don't like it here. I think I'll just let's cut some of this crap out here. That was really, really nice of you. Thank you. I'm on it. Or incoming. Sounds great. Let's have a look at it incoming. Oh! I'm dead! You got me! What? I did not know that could happen. Wow. All right. I guess we learned something new. Dead by ore. All right. Well, congratulations. Yeah, Urchalak, you definitely got it. Sorry, Shadow. Ooh, it's juicy iron. It's a bit far away. I wouldn't mind this one being just a bit further away, if you don't mind. That's not exactly where I want it to be. Wow. Okay, so we learned something new. For sure. At least crushed by uranium. How does that even happen? Yeah, your name will definitely be around for a while. Huh. I don't even get how that worked. I do have a body. It's in the uranium mine. We don't look. We don't need to look at. Oh, it doesn't even stack high enough. Oh, that's so embarrassing. I need 2 stacks just to keep my... Oh, damn it. That's so embarrassing. Well, we have learned something new. New and valuable, I guess. Can a body entity be on ore? Yes, I can walk on ore. You can see here, this doesn't even hurt me when walking on ore. So there's nothing here, but it must be the ore coming down from orbit that crushed me. Death by uranium. Yeah. Remember when I played in the Satisfactory weekend, I also died from uranium. Picking up. Ow, 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 ow. Good times. Good times. Finally. Well, it's not exactly the ideal place, but on the... I mean, this could not be better. It is going to be right in the middle of the base, and it's uranium, so it's not going to be mined out soon. So, I mean, that is perfect in all regards. Well done. Why are we not following the grid that's up here then? Wouldn't that make a lot more sense? I think it would. Where's this going? Nowhere? This is just at the time. And if we're moving things around anyway, then let's try to also fix some things here. Uh-huh. I'm gonna pick you up. Other. Yeah, let's keep it as other and not discuss the details anymore. What an absolute mess this is. Oh, damn it. I can't even put it in here. And here. Plastic bars and stuff. Good. Take all of this out. What? Inventory full? Really? That one. Damn. And then I just need this one. Nope. This one, somehow it's not ready. All right, that's, let me just take a break and then I'll be back in a bit more than 2 minutes probably. Just need to check up on the kids and then I will be back in 2 minutes. See you in a bit. And welcome back. Sorry for the delay. Alright, so lots and lots of stuff to do. And yeah. I thought we had this one. $33 and $15. What if I do that one? That's 28. Okay. Ah. There. And let's take the value here. 66 and it takes 30. So if I get a full belt in, I'm gonna get 2 belts out. but I also have a slight bit of productivity here, so that's good. Oh, something has run out again. And now I can copy. And I also think this one is probably going to need to... What? What? How do I do this? Shift R. There we go. That one. And... $20 megawatts in. I think 20 megawatts should be enough. Has a son entire school can't cover it? Nope. Luckily, it's they're all back to school as far as I can tell. That's good. But they also started now regular testing of kids from 9 years. I think that's nice. That is an input, and I need one more input. Yep. And there. That's inbound. The other one is balanced. Let's see, what do we need? We need a bit of this, and then 12, 13, 14, 15, 15-ish. What about piping? Maybe a bit of piping, but not much. I do know that everything is... Oh, everything is stalling. Well, let it just be stalled in. I can't be dealing with that right now.
Ow, 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 ow.
Yeah, our science is unknown technology. Unknown technology laser turrets. Break. The second oil building. Oh, Kirk. Okay, I thought it was the plastic building you were referring to. Ah, that's not great. How did that fail so miserably? How is this one not getting anything from there? This one isn't getting that. Oh dear. Oh, that one. Oh. It was picking up something. Oh no. Oh no. Damn it. Well, I'm just gonna let you run for a bit, because that's gonna take a while. Let me go to the other one, get what I can. The belt doesn't need to loop. No, I know, but you know, loops are loopy. Speaking of loops, look at this segue. Look at this. Speaking of loops, I've actually been considering. So this is one of the topics I wanted to bring up today, and I need your help. So, Dyson Sphere program, we're going to be saying goodbye to that series tomorrow. Yes, I promise, we are. We're going to say goodbye to it. And then Friday means that from Friday and onwards, I will have my not Factorio streams slot open. And I have two games that I've been contemplating that are current that I'd like to play. One is, now we come back to the segue from Loop, is Deathloop, because at first I had discarded it because it's a shooter, but looking at people playing it, it looks to be a seriously easy shooter. So it might even be something I could keep up with. That being said, I played my fair share of Doom Eternal and could hold my own there. But if it was just a shooter, but it's a shooter, but it seems like it has an excellent story, a lot of lore, a lot of sort of puzzles, and I think that could be really interesting. So it's not like Borderlands where, yeah, it's a shooter with a story, but the story is kill the next guy, kill the next guy, kill the next guy, which was also kind of what Deathloop was presented as in you must kill all 8 of these. But it looks like, from judging from the play, that it's actually really technical in terms of sort of setting up ambushes and figuring out that if I do this in the morning, then in the afternoon I can follow up and do this, and then it opens up and blah blah blah. There we go. I think that looks really interesting, but the issue with that is it might not be something that is of any interest at all to the community. So it might be yet another one of those games that I play that no one really wants to watch. And that's kind of a thing I noticed. He has very low interaction with chat. So sorry, yes, but Day9 has very low interaction with chat, and he does that I think for 2 reasons. He has a couple of thousand in his chat, so can't keep up with everything. The other one is that he wants to put it on YouTube, so if he's talking too much with chat, like I'm doing now, it doesn't work very well in a YouTube video. So it is sort of I've seen it for a lot. Christopher Ott has started doing that as well, which I think is a shame. That when you stream on YouTube or stream, then you want to recycle it for VOD content. Coke Carnage does it as well. I mean, a lot of people are doing it. It means you turn down on the chat interaction in order to cater for a YouTube audience. And what I feel is like, then I mean, of course, I'm talking about streamers and content creators who are bigger than I am, but from my perspective, I feel that you lose part of the interaction, and in order to have something that's not quite YouTube quality anyway, because it's still a VOD and you're still sort of roaming around and not knowing what you do, and you're still kind of calling out the subs and that kind of thing. So it just feels like you're sitting between 2 chairs and not really hitting any of the types of content correctly. So that's why I'm seeing that. It's an unfortunate consequence of scaling up. Yeah. It's another way of doing it. I've been considering it as well, and then I was like, no, I think that I even replayed the same thing, just like Satisfactory and Dyson's Reprogram. I replay it again on my own time to make it fit better for YouTube, even though it's stuff I've done on stream, because I feel that's gives the better content. But aside from that, so I think that Dishonored has very many parallels. It's also made by the same who made Dishonored, so should not be a surprise that it has some vibes that feel Dishonored, some Dishonored vibes to it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, let's get some more pipes just because. There you go. Good. I think chatting chat is the fun part. Yes, absolutely. Otherwise, you can watch a YouTube. It has to be something that's different here for... whoops. Yeah. Anyway. Recording stream for YouTube, but I'm overlaying different commentary and not having my stream voice in. Not that hard, to be honest. I don't think that's good. But, I mean... So you're also changing you're basically recording it and then having your overlay, and then you're doing recording, but stream content is just so much slower than YouTube content generally. And what do you do if you spent 5 minutes just talking to chat? Do you then edit it again, or I don't know, it just I've not really made it work in any meaningful part. Wouldn't interact with us, we would also not talk as much in here. Exactly, Fennec. That's a really good point. It's a really good point. It goes both ways, right? If you know the streamer's not going to respond to you, well, what's the point of asking questions? And if you know that they're, yeah, so. What if that's a good idea? Probably not. It doesn't matter. It's cut down to something that's consumable. Okay, cool. Whatever works. From my perspective, I tried doing commentary over gameplay, and I feel it becomes stale because from my perspective, I don't play fast enough. And if I know what I'm doing, then I'm going to be like, yeah, and this is the moment when I am wondering if I have, looking at all of these and seeing if they're all done correctly. Yes, they are. Okay, then I'm going out again. It just doesn't work for me. I'm not, I can't make it worthwhile to watch. I tried it a few times, but didn't like it. But that's, it's different for everyone. That's all good. Yep, and then there was something about this one. Something about one of them. Kirk, was this, didn't you say one of them was missing? Is it maybe that one? Gotta go. Hey, thank you, Exo, for joining. There we go. There's something.
Welcome home.
Thailand, the Wildland, Thailand. Thank you for the 6 months. Thank you for all the guides. Thank you for using all my guides. Oh no! Okay, never mind. It's all good. It's all good. There. What? Okay, get those in. Get those in. All right, looking good. Everything is good. That's working. Power's good. Okay. What a mess. What an absolute mess we have. So here we have the oil line. That is now going in here as well. Yeah. I do not like this one though. Because I want to bring it in here. And I want to bring it in here. So that all the oil gets pushed in to this area, and then it'll just go out to these. Yes. So anyway, I think that now I kind of got sidetracked from the actual talking about the games. So Deathloop is one game that I'm considering, and I think it would be super interesting because it is like you have to test some things and you have to figure out. Maybe it's they'll and what? Yeah. What does the dream keep alive? Me, primarily me. And yeah, so the other game is Valheim. And the reason for Valheim is that Icarus has been such a positive gaming experience for me. And it doesn't happen often that I just get so surprised. And I don't really know, I still can't understand it, but that doesn't matter. I don't need to understand it. I just need to feel it in my heart. And it feels good. So that's the thing. And then I'm like, okay, well, if it feels good, then play it some more. Oh, I can't. Okay, well, what can you do then? You can play that other game that everyone says it's like Valheim. So I think I would really like to try playing Valheim. It does seem to have a lot of cool things in it, and it's getting more mature. Hey, those all good to see you. And I think it will also be a game that would fit with the audience, since I think that it could potentially, now let's not get ahead of ourselves, but it could be like a new type of genre that I could play. What do you know? It's so annoying, that one. I'm just going to put that one just to show how annoyed I am at it. That one. That one. There we go. Okay, so that pushes out here. This one pushes down. Could I mirror this one? Of course I could. That'd be absolute. No, I cannot. Thank you, Tozel, for the 32 months. And that is, hey, it's the 14th. That's why Vichu is resubbing, and Tozel, there should be a few other of the old school who are resubscribing today. So anyway, what do you guys think about the idea about Valheim or Deathloop? What is there anything that you think would be good, bad, interesting, uninteresting, irrelevant? Comments, questions, feedback, very welcome. I'll be here for both. Oh, you're too nice. You're too nice. Hey, Candyman, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thank you. To what do you owe the honor? Carbohydrates, just wanted to support. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. Don't care about that. Are you worried that you may not like it if the chopping trees doesn't feel as good? I have tried chopping trees in Valheim because you know that is the core gameplay, and the trees are rolling and they can actually roll on top of you. I mean, that's also nice. So it does have pretty much the same mechanic for tree chopping, and we all know that is I'm a peak tree chopper. Hey, Darth Curse, let's keep the dream alive. Yeah, that's not it, but thank you. There is I saw there was actually a lumberjack simulator. It was suggested to me for unknown reasons on Steam. Lumberjack Tycoon or something like that. We're like, what? That's odd. It's a bit too weird. Curse you, Urchula. Curse you and your generosity. Well, that's not fun, is it? What is this even? I don't know. Take this out. This one is retired. Hello, Miss Timmy, and good evening, Gareth. Can't wait to watch Ninos die when a tree falls on him. Play Valheim. I think you'll enjoy it. If you can, I can also guesstimate that each stream would likely contain, since I just recently started playing it. Okay, so Baked Beans, have you been playing it as for solo or for with friends? Now, friends are of course not an option for me because you know I don't have those. So yeah, that's not an option for me. There. I think I'll get it over to this one. Yeah, so I'm really interested in how it works as a single player game, because it doesn't matter that it's a bit more difficult, but if it's like you basically can't play it, then Oh, I paused chat, that's why I didn't respond.
Champion returns. Welcome home.
Sorry, I'm missing here. And that was Nimic. Nimic, thank you. Yeah, 3,000 messages later. Yeah, stop typing. I'm reading. I'm too slow. Oh, Darth Karas, you were keeping the dream alive. There we go. I thought it was a bit thing. Thank you for the $5 donation. Thank you. I thought it was a 500 bit donation. Weekend Warrior, did you say something like weighing in on that? No, you just said like 400 hours in that. Both of you designing and having time to speak with chat, rent, so it might be very good for the channel. Thank you, Unpronounceable. I think that's exactly what I'm thinking. That's exactly Goes out partying with friends every weekend. Yes, sister wives. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so I don't have gaming friends, alright? Multiplayer Valheim just makes bosses more fun. Okay. Scales difficulty based on people. Yeah, that's also what I was thinking. Like in good old Diablo style, right, where it gets tougher, but it doesn't get as tough as it would. So it's still easier with more people because there'll always be someone carrying you. All good. Let's find out where it cuts across. I will be cutting it across here. It's probably fine. And that one. Yeah, so I think that, let me just, unpronounceable. I think I will agree with you, but I think that it's kind of unfair that I agree with you because you're just basically saying exactly my thoughts, and then it's kind of easy to agree with you because you're not really not bringing up anything new to the table aside from it. So just because you say the same thing as me doesn't mean that that's just confirming what I already thought. But I think that if you think the same thing, then maybe it makes more sense. Doesn't make that didn't make any sense. Single player game, you don't need to play multiplayer to do everything in the game. Perfect, Reader. Thank you. With 400 hours in the game, that seems to good. Actually, I have been building a bigger base in Valheim now that I've unlocked Iron. Posted in Discord. Ooh, nice. Yeah, but are you gonna restart? They did say that they encourage people to restart with the new patch. All right, I think I'm. If someone made a mod so ores could mix in a pot. Yeah. Well, that already exists. Right. So I'm also leaning very heavily towards Valheim. I think it's a better fit for me and for the community. And based on the few comments that have been about it, then it does seem like that would make sense because Deathloop might be something that if you want to follow that kind of thing, you probably already have someone you follow for that kind of game. I'm just guessing here, right? Like, I have someone I follow for FPS games or for story-driven games, that kind of thing. I would like to become that guy for you as well, but I'll have to earn it. VRM models. Huh? When is the Valheim big patch dropping? On the 16th, so that's Thursday, and my plan is to try it Friday. And the thing is, so it would be lovely if some people who actually have played it want to sort of hang out and help me a bit, because I'm pretty sure, like Icarus, there will be a lot of mechanics where like, oh, you can actually drop this or mount this or do this, or there's a shortcut to do this, or you might want to look for this, or don't use all of your leather on this because you're going to need it for this, or don't kill all the pigs, you might want to tame a few of them, or something like that. Like those kind of things that will just be friendly backseating. So it'll be super backseat friendly because it's a game that people have hundreds of hours in, and I'm just getting started. So I think it makes sense if we keep it more backseating friendly. There you go. That's easy. Clunk, 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 clunk. That is a lot of red belts. Very expensive red belts. Learn to parry. Okay. If it is like any other game to parry, then yeah, I should be good on the parry side. It's always taking a bit of time to sort of learn the parry timings, but just the fact that you're saying there's a parry timing to be found is good news. Good news, everyone. Yeah, that's a lot. Hello, Sticky. Be happy to, oh, well, if it makes you happy, Missimi, then that's settled then. Because the thing is, I've also been thinking about something else, and now baked beans don't kill me. I've been thinking about the Rift Breaker as well, and I feel that it's fun to play, but I've also just remembered that when I played it, I just never looked at chat, and I don't really like that. So my coverage of Rift Breaker is probably not going to be overwhelming. It's probably going to be more like, let's do a let's play and then give it a shot and probably move on. Because honestly, the more I think about it, the less depth I think it actually has. Like, there's no base building. It's just stamping down the same thing again and again and again and again. So I think that it's going to be... The gameplay revolves really a lot about the combat and less about base building. And then, well... So I'm a bit skeptical about the longevity of Rift Breaker. So we'll probably just give it a shot, but... it's very hard to see that it's going to be a new game. New regular game. Maybe more suitable for YouTube. Yeah. That's also like a let's play like I do, like I play with Dice Legacy, which is an absolutely amazing game. And it's such a shame that it's forgotten. It is so weird and so nice. Ultimate clickbait for when anyone called it remotely like Factorio. Yeah, I think there's a point to it. Like, oh, it's on just being like StarCraft meets Factorio. Like, that's a pretty tall order. So, and just judging by the gameplay, also when you watch the developer play, then you go like, every single playthrough is exactly the same. So, I mean, it's probably going to be fun, and I'm really looking forward to playing like the campaign. But I just don't think it has enough depth to be replayable very long. That's just what I think. But we'll see. It's on the 14th of October. We'll give it a shot and just probably do a stream of it, and then probably throw some videos on YouTube with a let's play it, so sort of play the campaign, and yeah. But that's okay, because on just a week later, on the 26th, we get Darkest Dungeon, which is certainly going to be my not Factorio game for until the 20th of November, where Icarus comes out, and then that's probably going to be our not Factorio game. And then maybe somewhere in between we'll get some Satisfactory. Who knows? And then maybe I will cancel my Factorio streams. Hey, look at that. It works. Despite me just chatting away. You ever gonna play Satisfactory? Oh, yeah, that's in Skycast. You gotta be really careful about this, because I am allergic to people who are Steam fanboys. I fucking hate that. I fucking hate that people in all seriousness go like, oh, I'd rather take 30% of the revenue from the developer instead of 12%. I use Steam exactly 5 seconds a day. And if I buy something on Epic, I'm going to use exactly 5 seconds of Epic a day. I don't care if it has a better UI. For heavily modded games, absolutely. It would be nice to have more mods, but what I really, really like about launching things on Epic first and then a year later on Steam is that you get 2 releases 2 times for hype, which is good for people like me. There's the initial release, there's the whole year where the regular releases, but then there's another release when it comes to Steam, and people go like, oh, this is a brand new game. No, it's not, whatever. Like, Hades also had 2 releases, Satisfactory had 2 releases. It's a really clever idea because you can first get like people in, and then you can get all the Steam fanboys in a year later. Doesn't it feel like... Nope, it doesn't feel like it's coming out in the next 3 months. God of War, Forbidden West, Elden Rings, Total War, Warhammer. Those 3 are 2022. So I don't really feel that there is an abundance of games that were promised for 2021 that are coming in now. I feel that there's still an acute lack of those games. It's on the shelf for now because there's nothing left to do. Oh, I love that. Thank you, Nightbot. That is so eloquent. Who the hell writes these things for Nightbot? Man, I want to hire the copywriter for Nightbot. Nightbot is so eloquent. I couldn't have put it better myself. What about Kenshi? Kenshi, I don't know what that is. Kenshi? Huh? Wait, they pushed it. Yep, they pushed it for 2022. Yep, they did. Not trying to pull aggro. Well, you gotta be careful. Kenshi 2 bucks. I don't know what Kenshi is. Oh, too old. Oh, okay. Well, sounds like ancient Japanese things, so it's probably too old for me. Run around Wasteland and pick up companions, and you can build a base and do... Okay, well, yeah, no. Let's see if this one works. Look at that. It took a while, but we got it. We got it. Oh, baby, we got it. Yeah, but it is nice to see. It is nice for me to be able to plan 3 to 6 months ahead. 3. Or 3, actually. 3. Yeah, so it's... While we just look at this churn and see that it works-ish. What I really like is when I can sort of look 3 to 6 months in the future and see that there are things coming out that are going to be interesting. I like it. I like that. Any point to start before the Thursday patch drop, or should I wait? If the developers said that they encourage people to restart because there are things in the game that you won't see if you already explored that area. So I based on that, yeah, these LDSs are pretty expensive. 20 and 2, those are normal, and then 30 plastic bars, plastic plates. Yep, but we got some there. All right, now we need to build like something that's really expensive. Oh, whoa. I knew there was something I'd forgotten. That is Larry Mansa is being eaten. Or has been eaten. What about MDEP? Where's MDEP? MDEP is gone. Oh no! Then we maybe we should start eating Urchalak, but I think this one just needs to go. Ooh, 140. Nice. All right, let's not get caught up in too many things at the same time. Yeah, so the new year with Elden Rings, God of War, and Horizon Forbidden West coming out. It's just going to be an amazing gaming year. Although, of course, it is hard to know whether that will even though it's good games, they might not be good games for me and my channel. And that's also always the conundrum. But, you know, we'll do what we can. We'll do what we can. That one, and then 24. I think that's the fair enough amount we can take here. How spendy are blue circuits? They're very spendy. Good word. 48 plus 104. They don't cost any more, but the electronic circuits and the advanced circuits are all things that are more expensive than they usually did. So by that record, they are more expensive because their subcomponents are more expensive. Did you seriously mine out a uranium pads? I think it was like it was a 1 or 200. It was a small one. Ah, that doesn't help us. It was either a 1 or 2. Still got PTSD from the first few streams of original God of War. No, not PTSD, definitely. It just wasn't that great. It didn't age that well. And I think I'm missing sort of a bit of the context, right? If we're going back to 2017 and this small company that you've never heard of, only did sort of some irrelevant shooters, suddenly comes out with this game, man, is that a great game. But I think that people are sort of maybe forgetting a bit of the context. And then time passes and then it doesn't hold up quite as well. Right? If I come into this game with no expectations, it is an absolutely amazing game. But if I come in with the expectation that everyone has been put on it, like it's amazing, it's fantastic, it's the next best thing, it's as good as God of War, then I'm sorry, it just is not as good as God of War. It is not the same caliber at all. It's not bad, but it's just more like Assassin's Creed, which is a very enjoyable game, but it gets a bit grindy, and that's exactly how I felt about it. It's a good game, but it got a bit grindy. So yeah. And the NPCs are not exactly stellar. Hello, Omnipotent. Impotent. Aha. Okay, so when we get this one out of the way, we can start munching on Timbo. And don't we all want to munch on Timbo? We do. And let's move this one down there. This factory must grow larger. It also needs to be cleaned out soon. Oh, what are you doing?
Ow, 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 ow.
Ah, awful. Now it's standing here broken. Here? One, two, then that one.
illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Drew the Dad. Thank you for 6 months. And you're actually going to be inbound. That should take care of the stuff on the outside, yeah? Yep. And pick up. Can't believe I just did that. There you go. Nuclear. Yes, let's get some nuclear. There. Okay, and take that, and then we're gonna run up here. The content, thank you. It's still something. Okay, this is something that really, really just always, it always just surprises me. Like, I make my videos, and then I release them on YouTube, and they get some views, and that's nice. And that's how being a YouTuber works. You make a video, get some views, get some ad revenue, everyone's happy. Except the people watching that, but that's beside the point. But I found that the way I've been doing things is that it's just, I make a video on, let's say, Dyson Sphere program, and it doesn't get that many views, and I go like, and then someone comes in to the stream chat or to Patreon or something and just goes like, thank you for those guides, I've been watching them religiously and they really helped me a lot. And I go like, oh yeah. But on YouTube, it's just one more view. It's one of the things I absolutely love about streaming, the part where you get that more personal part instead of just being like, well, it's a view. Who knows what that view is? Did they like it, or was it just a view? So it really means a lot when people come in and say nice things. I like to view your videos. Yeah. Oops, here. And let's go down. Yeah, I just watched your train video with the 1-1 changes and really helped me. Nice, thank you. Nice things. Thank you, Cripplesman. Yeah, so that was not really like in just like, oh, please praise me, but it just, I want to show the appreciation that maybe it doesn't, I don't know, maybe it doesn't, it's not like, I don't know, maybe for some it doesn't matter that you take the time, and some people might not read it or listen to it or whatever, but I really appreciate it, so. Made the game a billion times more enjoyable for me. Billion times. Wow. It can't have been a lot very enjoyable before then. Take that, you stupid stone. I really appreciate it. So that was just a thank you. And then Chugrand, thank you for gifting a sub to Christ. Oh yes, look at that. I actually remembered to do it right here. And There. Drag, drag, drag. We got it. We got through it. Okay, so... And this one goes... This is never gonna work. There you go. All right, baked beans, your time has come. Oh no, I only have 4 of those left. That is not a lot. We're being attacked. Not exactly what I wanted. Oh no! Okay, I'm gonna do this, and it doesn't make any sense. Just so this one fits in the range here. And we are now out of that there. And you can build that yourself, and I will now get... There. Working? Yep. And how many do I want? 10. 10 seems correct. 90. Woo! We got Behemoth. Nuclear for ammo or power? For ammo. Primarily. Of course, we're going to use this for power as well, but power is not really a big deal at this point. But ammo is a very big deal that isn't even started. Okay, so starving is being consumed, starving is being starved, and this uranium here, and we have MDEP is gone. That is really slow. Why is it so? Oh, 4,000. Okay, so yeah, okay. All right, let's see. I think that was fixing all of the things that needed fixing, and then I think the next thing we want to do, we have this is one part, that's the other part, and now I need to get the green, now we need to get blue circuits. How do we get blue circuits? Well, the first thing is, what if we only get blue circuits for the yellow signs? That means we need 2 for every 2 per second. I need 2 processing units per second. And if I want to get 2 processing units per second, how much red circuits do you have? Not a lot. I have these 2. So I'm thinking of building a new red circuit build just for this. I mean, this is a really nice design. It's very compact. My thought is I'll probably make one of these small ones, and then I will make this one. But that requires like 1, 2, 3. The other option is that I actually reposition or reprocess this one, because this is going to be idle almost all the time, and I really just way overscaled this. I don't know what I was thinking. I was just going, yeah, crazy. So for example, if I build this one, I make 24 red circuits per... That was 24. 24, okay? And I can then put 4 of them in here. That gives me 2 red circuits. We don't talk about processes. That means I have 20 left. That means if we look at this, this is actually 24 electronic circuits. 24. So I'm going to build this one. And then I am going to take... We also need to figure out how much copper is needed as well. All right, let's go up there. That's not great. Why is this so bad? Because they are really bad. Can't do much about this. I want to see if I can build sort of something that balances around 60 iron, 60 copper, that kind of thing. I'm getting our more modern builds. Put down a few more solar. Oh, absolutely. We can easily do that. Just preemptive as well. So we are starting to do it. So you're right. Let's put in a few solar panels before going into the next part. And that one's still going. Coal. Do you have anything in here that runs on coal? Yes. Now what? Batteries, reds. Yeah, and there's definitely enough sulfuric acid coming down. That is not a problem, for sure. Because it doesn't need much. $150 is a funny number, I think. Yeah. But I would rather show than guess. Full. It's full. Doesn't need much. Yeah, this one's also at 999. I don't get 20% extra. I only get the part. This time they spent running is they speed up 20%. So it's definitely not a lot. Okay, I think we're gonna take a little break, but I think I saw something here on Patreon. Okay, so I can see that there is an upgrade from a Protector of the Path to a Knight of the Path. Thank you very much. And then also there is a new Protector of the Path joining. Thank you very much for that. And let me see, that is Shimmerlux. Maybe you are here. Thank you. And then I'm just going to take the one who was just unupgraded, and that was H. Janus or Janus. Maybe. Thank you very much for that. But the big thing, the big surprising thing was earlier today when I woke up this morning, I had a Discord message. I have a lot of Discord messages, but I had the Discord message from someone named Nukix, Gnukix, saying like, oh yeah, I decided to upgrade to a Master of the Path. So thank you and welcome to the highest tiers to Nukix for that absolutely crazy, surprising, and very nice message to wake up to. And that's actually also where it comes from with this comment about like the appreciation. Like someone who's just on YouTube just counts as one view, and then after a while go like, you know what, I wanna do something special today, and that is amazing. Ow, 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 ow. Why am I going here? Oh right, I just ow. Let's go grab some accumulators. Yeah. Is your current DSP is still running and thus expanded even more? It is not currently running. It's going to be goodbye tomorrow. We might just take another one just for that one. We will, of course. But tomorrow will be the big goodbye. Well, a small goodbye. Four rows plus 4 rows there. Let me go over and get the same thing for... Yeah. Ah, it's being attacked. Oh, oh, oh no. Oh no. Is that okay? It's probably not okay. I need to take a break. And this one will get very busy again. There. I think that's going to be pretty close to perfect ratio. Like, this is 4 rows, and this is 5 rows. Should be good. Where do we want it? I think we want it there-ish. But not right now. Break. Is that safe? Safe is not the first thought that comes to mind. I'm just going to go up there and do that. And do we have... We have a few. Okay. We'll do that. Break time. There we go. Oh, yes. It is absolutely going to end tomorrow. Because we've already... We have one design that I haven't done yet. And that's the one I want to do. So I can make a video of it as well. Plus, we just want to make sure that we have all the things running in the base as well. But aside from this, there really isn't a whole lot more to do. So it's going to be a goodbye stream. Yeah. I wonder if it's actually better to have this one so that they have something to munch on and therefore get stuck on instead of just going straight in. I think so. There. All good. Break time. What's going to end the Dyson Sphere program streams, and then we are going to start on. I think we've decided that it's going to be Valheim after that. So Valheim on Friday. I'll be back though on 2 minutes for more of this spaghetti mess we have here. See you in a bit. And welcome back. Left the car running during the break. Think of the environment. All that pollution.
Ow, 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 ow.
There. Right, so I think I'm going to extend it this way. Nope. I don't want to do that, because then the stuff that gets marked for deconstruction will not be removed with the termites, and I'd rather want to have the termites working overtime.
Ow, 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 ow.
I need termites that can... Oh. It's basically how it is to...
Ow, 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 ow.
to kill behemoth biters at this point. Oh, we ran out of that. Has to shoot himself into the solar array. Yes, he has indeed. See, that I don't want to have included in my repeating blueprint. That's... So I have to do it from here. In the most unwelcome way. But it could be worse. If we really look at it, then look at how little is not working. Like, there's a few here not working, and the rest is just sort of squeezing in around. It's actually not particularly hurtful. Like, there are definitely places that would be worse. Oh man, the build for blue circuits is just gonna be so big. And what we can build is actually only enough for the yellow signs. And that's it. Not even more than that. Or cannot take out the Factorio more buildings. But it can apparently take out the poor hapless player. So now we know. The more you know. Oh, that's not working. That is definitely not working. This one is chock full of goodies. Couldn't you make that work? Yeah, but I don't bother going there, so that's kind of laziness is the main driving force for me. And what a powerful driving force that is indeed. There. Will you be playing Valheim single player? Yes. Should not be a big surprise to anyone that I'm more of a single player. Oh, it's just because it's nighttime. Yeah, that's I can't solo, I fly solo. That's okay, and then we can go down here, cover that area. I just declared a half sick day. Like I'm half sick, so I'm not gonna be very productive. Or you worked half the day and the other half is sick. So what game is coming out that makes you want to claim that half sick day? So you just then hope your boss is not watching here, because they might be. If you're well enough to watch Factorio, then you're well enough to get back to work. Some kind of phantom hangover. I hope you had a better reason, that otherwise your HR department might be taking note of that excuse. Phantom hangover. Phantom hangover. Yeah, it's the body is so used to being hungover that it gets hangovers even on Tuesday mornings. Aha. You go home now and leave your badge here on the way out. Yeah, squeak through helps, otherwise you couldn't walk between solar panels, which is awful. Oh no, we're out of solar. No, we're not. I want that one. No more. Damn it. Yep, let's go up there. Ugh. This is the worst part about this pattern, is that when you run around inside it, it's pretty bad. When you are good enough to call, you can work as well. Ah, that's wow, well done. There's actually a new campaign starting in Denmark now about sort of taking some of the good lessons from the last couple of years, or last 1.5 years, about if you're sick, stay at home. And please keep remember to wash your hands. Like, there's some good routines. Oh no, my power balls. Oh, that's horrible. Power balls. Good routines that would be very nice if they didn't just disappear. Like basic hygiene, for example. You got a power balls. I think so too. Unfortunately, well, do I want to go back with all this in my inventory, or do I want to burn through this and then go back? I'm just going to decide to burn through this and then go back. You know, it's going to be annoying to come back and just dance my way through this. Gradually getting all of this done. Oops, still some corners up there. If your job is expected to be something that you can do well when you're sick, then it's not worth your time to do it. Well, that's it. Goodbye. Yeah, I do. There's a good point to it, right? Like, why do you require me to have all of these credentials to do my job when you think that I can do it when I'm fever-ridden and can't breathe, and you expect me to still work? It's one of the things that, as a manager, was really one of my pet peeves. Like, people who had this misguided sense of loyalty that they came to work when they were sick. And like, go home. No, it's okay. Like, you go home. It's not for your sake. it's for everyone else. You might come back here and do one day of shitty work, but you're going to be snotting all over everyone else, and now they're going to be taking 3 days of sick as well. So if you're sick, stay the fuck home. Don't come back until you're well. It's such a misguided idea of loyalty. Unless, of course, you're being forced to it. In that case, it's well, something else. Ah, Garrett, you bastard! You're right in my. Can you just not be? What about an A, an O, Aerith? Then that would be fine. Then I could squeeze it underneath. All right, never mind. It's not working. Yeah. When you can't give 100%, you better take a day off. Do yourself so your overall productivity doesn't go down. I mean, I don't know if I'm going to agree with 100%, because we all have off days, and you can't just go like, well, boss, I don't feel 100% today. I'm like 97%, so I'm going to stay home and play some games. I hope tomorrow will be up to 99%, and then maybe on Monday I can come back with 100%, because, you said it, at this job we provide 110% every day, and I can't do that. I can only give you 97, so I'm going to stay home. Maybe a bit of a stretch. Gonna be tough to sell for sure. Do I want more? Yeah, I kind of want a bit more. The only place is this one. And as you do this, all of this powers off, right? I heard work instructions and knowledge base articles specifically for myself when I'm just out of it, but through the motions. That's a good, yeah, that makes sense, right? I have one of my oldest videos was I kept forgetting how to fix the frame rate on videos, so I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna make a tutorial for it, and I'm just gonna put it on YouTube. Whatever, that's the way. I'm just gonna do that. There, right? And it's actually been. Let me just check for no reason at all. Why can I not find it? There. Fixing frame rate issues from multiple sources. $16,000 views. What? And it's one of my very first videos. When is it even from? Can I not? Oh, I can see that. I'm just gonna see it. It was 28th of July 2016. So it's more than 5 years old video. Yeah, and I just made that one just specifically because I couldn't remember it, and I just like every time I spent so much time just going through again, like how did I do that again? So I made a little video for myself. So yeah, good idea. It's not a lot of views by today's standard, but it's still funny. Sometimes I get like comments on that video like, "Oh, thank you. I've been looking so much for this. How do I, by the way, do this?" And I'm not gonna answer that. I don't know. I made this one thing. 16.5k. No. The 16 views are from other 16k views are from other people, but the 500 views, that's probably myself. Yeah, still more views than the last Twitch compilation. I know, but that's... I know that you have a special connection because you compile these videos, but I'm actually... I think that the value is in a different place for those. It's not the views in and of itself. It's mainly... Oh no. It's mainly in the sense that a lot of people have this preconceived notion about Twitch. And they will just like, I don't like Twitch because it's something. And if we can get some of that, just like, oh, look at that. It looks really cool, what you do, and that's interesting. I'm just going to check it out. Well, that might just be exactly what I want. Okay, that's a whole lot of nothing is working. Why is nothing working here? Oh, it's not that it's not working. It's just mined out. Okay, cool. So it's kind of a different priority for me than just raw view count on stuff like that. It's about quality, not quantity. The quality of the views, because it will not get any new people to the channel. No one new will find my channel because of a Twitch clip compilation. I do encourage you to check it out because I think it's rather fun. There are some funny highlights, but that's not even... It's not really the point. Is to get more people to... It's more the people who are watching on YouTube to let them know that there's also some other content that they might find interesting. €10 for Skyrim. Yep, that's the good thing about Skyrim. It's 10 years old. It's also the bad thing, but that's beside the point. Didn't even know there was a new highlight video out. Yeah. Because I wanted more DSP. Ah, see? And you're still sitting here waiting. Well, tomorrow then. Tomorrow you'll get more DSP, although that might be... Well, that will be the last session for a while until new content comes out for the game. I did not pick up all of those. Why did I not pick up that? I should have. Of course, they stand and fall with the clips we get for the mats. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I think it's also one of those things where it can be something for the more regulars who are just like, oh yeah, that was fun, or that kind of thing. So yeah, I think it's not growth thing. It's more like community building is the purpose of it. And I like that. There has to be some of those kind of things. Like my... Hello, Cliffs. Are we not done with you yet? My monthly updates with me just talking head, chatting along. I know that no one's going to be joining or watching that as the first video on my channel. That would be really weird. But it's mainly for people who are watching regularly and then they go like, oh, you look nothing like I expected. All right, get that one. And that is here. Now we need to make sure that this one is connected. You said that, but I actually found you by forgetting Nephrem's name and watching one of your talking head videos. Ah, that's odd. That is really odd. But okay. Alright, I think I'm done with this part right now because it's boring and I don't want to do that anymore. What about Ning Master? Ooh, that's 2 million. That's a lot. 1 million. Could I get could I get the PJTR munched? That's a perfect size name. I think I want to, right? I think I want to eat PJTR. Eat the mods. Eat the mods. That is the weirdest auto mod. Power poles in the west. Oh, right. Yes, yes, yes. I only have 56, so it's probably not even enough. Hey, Kodlik, thank you for the 11 months. 11 missing some research, I guess. What? 11 missing some research? What? I didn't get it. But welcome back again for more. There. Oh, I didn't have one. Oh, no. Whoosh. There. Okay, mining speed, drones, research, 11. Ah, I'm out of everything now. Damn it. Okay. Out of builds, out of... Well, we're going to be out of these anyway, soon enough, so... Oh, it could also just be yellow, couldn't it? Yeah, it just could be yellow. That's fine. Time for the channel. Good night, Patrick. Thank you for joining. No. Yeah, there's really no reason to overdo it this much here. Nope. No reason. Considering the cost difference between a yellow belt and a blue belt is... One yellow belt is 2.5 iron and one red belt is 22.5 iron. That's kind of pricey comparatively. Thank you, Dehagi. Thank you for the 4 months. The faction must grow, and it absolutely will. In time, you will know the tragic extent of my failings. I'll take these 6. Just go. Ah, we got you, Peter. We got you now. Did the math and showed how much more efficient blue undergrounds are to blue. That kind of in mind. Really? That's been, for me, that's just been common knowledge that it's always been better to just do undergrounds for the blue belts, but it just looks so bad, so I never do it, because by the time you get blue belts, it shouldn't really be the specific cost that matters. Might be in expensive recipes, but generally not. But a lot of these things were just like, you don't mention them because, well, I must have mentioned it before. We know that. It's just looking at the stats. That's sometimes when you see something on Reddit, and like, for example, that one, which is like, yeah, of course. And you're like, oh my god, that's a brand new discovery. It's like, no, really? Is that new? But then again, like posting on Reddit, whew, every time I post something, it's just, wow, people are just so toxic at that place. That is ridiculous. Whew. I'm really trying to cut down on the amount of Reddit I do, because it's so bad. It's just so bad. Boop. Wow, this has been one hell of a detour here.
Ow, 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 ow.
Oh no. Couldn't be done. Are they just being jerks? Yeah, it's just, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you say or what you write, even if it's something that no one really should be able to disagree with it. There will always be someone who will find a way to disagree, but not just disagree, just also implying that they are superior, you're an idiot, and you're wrong. And I'm like, wow, was that really sort of, whew. Was that really necessary? And it's just so tempting to just go like, well, yeah, and then it's like, no, don't feed the trolls. Just realize that people who spend their lives just arguing on Reddit don't have anything else. So just let them troll each other and go somewhere else. And Twitter, for that matter, can be very much the same. Though on Twitter, I feel that it's easier to filter because you can just stop following people. Although that's also sometimes the difficult part. You follow someone because, let's say, a game developer, and they go like, I want to know about the stuff that you do that's related to game development, and then blah, politics. Like, oh, could you please just, because I don't really want to hear about your politics things and getting into fights with people about politics. I'd really just like to hear about your views on game development or that kind of thing.
Ow, 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 ow.
Hello, pistol. All right, it is done. It is done. Let's go back and do some design work. We have now plenty of power for the next iteration. For a coworker, I found on. Oops, that's why are these not synchronized? Oh, because I am not doing anything that makes sense in this playthrough here. Nothing makes sense. Alright, let me see. Okay, come on. Found out they are an open racist on the internet. Was pretty shocking. I don't find coex anymore on Twitter. Yeah. Yeah. That's gets kind of. What was the? Oh, whoa. That's a whole not working. Why is it not working? How did I mess up this? This is horrible. Oh no, that's the sulfur. Sulfur is not working. Why are you not? Why are you not working, sulfur? Oh, because I forgot to put stuff in here. No. Yeah. Ow. Shut up. Oh no. Why is it always in there? There. Sorry. There. That's be enough to go down to the other one and build and put some more of these in here. One of my very first builds. There. Site design for quick business memos, not good for communicating about anything, and they get to feel the outlining usefulness, yes. Yeah. Like the spaghetti? Yeah, I like the spaghetti too. I think it's a nice change of pace from what we usually do. I'll put this one in here because I really don't want to carry this around. Right. Let's focus on building. Yeah. One of these. What's the reason this one is not working? That's lack of iron. Okay. Well, that is true. That is true. Let's get a bit of copper as well and iron, and then we can build one more of these, and then we can build, yeah. Here. And that thing. Now I'm missing steel. How do I miss steel suddenly? And, oops. Got it. Alright, cool to catch your stream. Hey, welcome, Escup. I've been watching a bunch of your content on YouTube and really been enjoying it. Thank you. Okay, so now I don't know if I want to design here. I'll take this one. It's going to take up an inventory space though. Okay, what is it we want to make? We want to make that one. 2 per second. That should be, I'm 2 per second, except not really. Really? .1 per second. So this, I guess, is it. So we should do 2 per second. And here it's 20, here it's 4, and here it is 20. Okay. I mean, this doesn't even need a big one here. This could be a small one. I guess so. And if I'm making this one, and I make 24, so I have to multiply 2 by 24, that's 48, okay. And 6 by, but 4 by 24 is 96. And I'm going to get 120 in with 4 full belts, so I have an excess of 24 copper. If I put 24 copper in here, then I will get, each one of these takes 4 copper plus 2 circuits. And I need 4 circuits, which is what I get from that one. Then I have 4 plus 8. Okay, so what I'm just calculating is, if I take 4 full belts of copper and 2 full belts of iron in, make them all into 24 green circuits, then I will have a bit of iron residue and I'll have a bit of copper residue. The residual copper, I can redirect it into my red circuit build and then supplement with some plastic. I have no idea where to get the plastic, but I can supplement with some plastic. Once I have that, then I can get the red circuits plus the green circuits that are still coming from that into the blue together with some sulfuric acid. Okay, so I need, good. I got it. That is not going to be like this. I will need 3 of these. No, 4. 4 of those. And a small one. No, only one factory small building there. Okay, so that's interesting, I guess. More steel and copper. Mods command doesn't list rate calculator for some reason. Oh, that's correct, I guess. .26 of these. What are they doing? 26. I'm gonna need more. I'm so happy I could catch you streaming. Okay, I had to leave Twitch for a while. It happens. Good. I'm happy that you are both finding your way back and also that you're happy to be finding your way back. That one, I guess. That's 28 plus 26 plus 27. That's not enough. This one needs an attention. Okay. Oh no, that's my science. Okay, now I suddenly have like many things that I need to take care of. once this one is built, I get that, and I can build one more. Okay, while I do that, I'm gonna go over and feed. Yeah. One coal? Seriously, it took all the rest of it and put in here, damn it. Alright, while we're handcrafting, because that's our life. Maybe an ammo belt with green ammo. I don't have green ammo because I don't have the yellow science, and I don't have yellow science because I don't have the blue circuits, and that's exactly what we're working on. So you can't get it. We can't get it until we get all the other things, and those are exactly the things that we're working on right now. So we are doing our very best to rush towards exactly that tech. I'm not going to do it before red ammo. I don't think that's worth it. All the recipes are more expensive. No, it works in a different way. Some recipes are different. Like most notably, gears take 4. This pipes take 2, and this one takes 2 iron and 8 copper cables, and there's more plastic here as well, and the load-in structure also takes a ton more plastic. So some of the recipes are different. Plus, on top of that, I've set research to be 10 times more expensive. So something as trivial as this one now takes 3,000 science. So it takes a lot longer. So the recipes are different, more expensive, but then the science is multiplied by 10. So the whole thing is just a gigantic grind, which I absolutely love when combined with the limited mining potential I have. That means I have to be more careful about what I do, when I do it, and how. There. This is just a patch. I'm just gonna patch more on the patch. Put a band-aid on the band-aid. That one, and then I...
Ow, 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 ow.
I need to build a few more. Oh, we also have this one that was running out. Oh, that's really important as well. Everything is important. Everything is important. What? Oh no, I can't believe I forgot that. I can't believe I forgot that. Oh no. I was thinking like, yeah, you know what? I don't need this. I don't need it. This is just fuel. It wasn't just fuel. It's also other stuff. Oops.
Ow, 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 ow.
Let me just get in here. Just into the middle and munch on some of these things. And let's see. Can I do that now? Sorry, I did luckily manage to mute. Whew, tough. Ah, then it's missing some steel. That's the problem. Now it works. Let's see. A vanilla run with normal science cost but expensive mode would be a good use resource, since you could build a normal boss but can't use your masterclass. I don't think so. I think it would be kind of boring very quickly, because, you know, it's not different enough to be sort of interesting, I think. Where's the car? Car's here. Good. All right. So with that done, now we have all of these. Oh, we actually need one more. That's going to be the small one. That one. And that's just 500 of this. Whoop, already done. And then a bit more here. There. That's more one. And let's get up. Hey, Raikoki. Fairly new to the stream, but loving your Factorio videos since I started watching like 6 months ago. I always wanted to ask you, by any means, if you're by any means from Germany. I am by no means from Germany. I think that's the correct way of answering that question.
Ow, 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 ow.
I am basically a pastry. Alright, so that's done. This one, where do we want it? We want to have a good access to copper. That's good access to copper. And that's good access to, kind of good access to, and also build it out here. We're going to get plastic in. That's going to be absolutely horrible. Absolutely horrible. And we're going to get Barthek is also right there. It could also be that one and that one. And then what? Yeah. And then on top of that, we get some plastic that comes all the way from over there. That's also an option. Baked beans? A bit small there. With cycle, oh, there's 100. That's even smaller. I'd like to build it over here, because that's one of the few places I actually have room for it. Yeah. I think we'll do that. Starving. Just have so much. This is not going to last very long. And Larryman's is going to run out. Larryman's will go up there and take some Cyclops instead. It has to be over here. Urchalak is definitely. And then we have the problems on the iron side. This is probably the place where we have the most available stuff. So we could take it up there, or we can take it over there. Let's take it over here. There's more room. Okay, good. Oh, nope. I had another distraction that I had to take care of first. That was something running out here. Because we are running out of red and green science because we're running out of copper mining. Oh, iron mining. Break. There. Yeah. That's actually an easy move. And how much do we want in this one? I don't remember what we had. 20 seems like a lot. We'll do 20. How much we have left in here? 500,000. Okay, so that's good. Not actually a lot of expensive recipes. 18, but most of the items are intermediates. Yeah. I have not played Factorio in ages. Is there some changes the last 2 years in the base game? No, this is probably the mods. Like this, the miners here are mods and the buildings are mods. So mods can do wondrous things with the game here. And yeah. But in 2 years, not really. Not a lot of things have changed, unfortunately, you could say. Okay. Like up here? Yeah. Starving is, whoops, not really what we want to work with. Yep, it's definitely some mods that make the big difference here from, let's say, a normal game. This part needs to go. Yep, and let's see. Should I try to keep the same pattern? Not really. Not really. I'll just make my own pattern. Whoops. Copper mining here. And iron mining here. Nope, copper mining here as well. It's basically going to be this pattern here. What's about, yep. Still not that way to be done. There. There. Is it getting too close to the edge? No. Where's this? Oh, that's a new place being attacked. Oof, it's still coming in strong. Oh, I don't need that. I don't need it. And my last one here. Okay, so that is the first part. I'm gonna get one more of these. Oops, I do have one. That will be the green circuits. So copper goes in, iron goes in. Green circuits built here. And at this location I will make red circuits, which will then go further up. And this is when I realized that I should of course have built one more of these because, well, that's what I need. Okay, I think this is good. Oh, we are coming up on my last break for today, and then we'll be having 1 more hour. I don't know if I can do this completely in 1 hour, but I think we'll give it a shot, right? We'll see what we can do. Once we get these things, then it's mainly a matter of supply runs because we got the designs locked down already. This will be a mining location, so that means I can do that one. Nope, actually this is not the mining location we want. This is not the mining location you're looking for. Oh dear. Also, we are going to need a lot of smelters, so I might as well just start taking the 200 I already have here, because we're going to need it. Over on this side. And let's get a few more reds. Some greens. Some reds. Some blues. Some yellows there. Now we're all full of junk. Smelters. I think we got all the things we want, right? Yeah. Batteries and there. Alright, let's go down and get the designs. Didn't I say something about the break? I think I did. Should take the damn break. Yeah, but I just need down here. These ones. So this is where we take a break. So I'll be back in 2 minutes. Then we'll see how fast / slow we can make this one. Should be able to do it. I'll be back here in 2 minutes. Don't go away. Alright, I am rushing back here so we can cover as much ground as possible for the last hour. That one, yeah, it's not exactly, let's say, canon, but... And this one. There. Those are important. I'm leaving you alone now. Need to watch David Lynch 1984 version. Oh, okay. Why do you have to do that? I found someone to watch it with on Saturday, so that is my Saturday plan saved. I was supposed to go out during the week with some friends, but you know, I have the kids, so it's not exactly like I can just let them stay home alone and just go out on a normal weekday. So I've been like, I'm not gonna go to the movies alone. Luckily, don't have to.
Ow, 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 ow.
You jumped right in front of me.
Ow, 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 ow.
It jumped right in front of me. That's my story. Yeah. There. Bam. And we're back to recursion. It's just never ending. Just always that one. Ooh, we can get a tank level 2 for 5,000 at the modest cost of 5,000. Oh, and I also, while we are running around like idiots, we should go back and build yet another of the small ones that should, and then get then get the blueprint for the red circuits. Yes. It's gonna be down here. No reason for us to reinvent the wheel here, so we'll get that one. Actually, I forgot. It should be like, it should actually be marking what kind of thing it is. Yeah. I think the issue is this one is actually taking a bit. Alright, I am going to need to take some of this in here. I'm going to need 500 iron parts. That's 500. I need a tiny bit of copper, 100 copper. That's also it. Oh. There. Now I think we have what we need.
Ow.
Do we have a need? We don't have any iron, but iron we have everywhere, so we'll be fine. This is obviously not getting enough, and that's kind of okay, because I know this is, well, it's way overscaled, and the reason why it's overscaled is because I don't know. I thought I needed a lot more. It's really awesome, all the mess. Thank you. I like it as well, in a weird and strange way. Okay. That one. Let's try and mark it correct. That's this one, and then it goes into these, and then it's for iron and copper. That's a useful blueprint. Except it's not actually great because this silliness here. And I will just go retake it. Got it. I like that. I like that function. That function, I didn't really know I needed it before it was added. And then now that it's added, I really need it in License Your Program. It's like, I built it and I put icons and I gave it a name and all that. And now it's completely irrelevant because I need to redo it. What? Is the car on the ground? What's happening? Oh, it's just building over there. Good night, Daily Rose. Hey. It's not very nice. Oh, teeny tiny little one. Thank you. That is easy to miss. And nope, no ghosts. That one is just gonna be the same. One more. And the next one will also be the same, but that one will just be for iron smelting as well. So we'll it takes a while to get the ball rolling on these kind of things, but when you do, then yep, it's working pretty well. Recursion is 60% done. And all good. Nope. Funny how it still remember that. And one more. Definitely not going to be able to build the entirety of this one. Also, we're probably running out of nanobots as well. So let's see how much we can build and then go do a supply run and come back. Oh, getting attacked. All of this, blue circuits into yellow science, into military science, into uranium bullet, into we can finally defend properly. That's the idea at least. And we're also out of yellow belts. Okay. Current evolution. Yeah, evolution doesn't change much as long as I don't go out and kill biters. And the pollution is kind of under control. I mean, we're not doing so much in terms of pollution. Now watch on the big screen. That's always a bit daunting, I think, when people say that. Does that make it better? Whoa, that's not a lot. There, 100. What else? Nothing else in this one. Did you make this series slow on purpose? Oh, absolutely. I can pretty easily tell what the purpose is, because this one, I didn't want this series. No, okay. So I really like a big part of the game, but that game, if I play a series for 200 hours, and that's kind of how I usually do, then the first 16 hours or so is the game, and then the rest is end game. And it's like, I really want that part of the core part of the game to last longer. So that was my attention. How do I make the core part of the game last longer? How do I challenge myself not to use my own designs, my masterclass designs? How do I challenge myself to not build city blocks and that kind of thing? And those were sort of the priorities that were sort of, okay, if I do these things, I'm pretty sure that I'm not going to be building my usual designs. And that's correct. I think we got what we need here. Where's better? I'm not folded over my phone anymore. Ah, okay, yeah, okay. If you're watching on phone, it's just like watching on desktop, then yeah. And you can watch something else on your phone in the meantime. That's also an advantage, right? How do you what? Oh, I forgot that. Ugh, I forgot the nanobots. Still need nanobots, and thank you. Only PJ, yes. I'm gonna go back for it. There we go. That should cover the basics for a while. I thought I was the Disney princess, and then suddenly it's Miss Timony who's the Disney princess. Well, well, well. How the turntables. That's good. No ghosts. Seems clumsy that they are not coming in and going out at the same locations. Yep. Okay, and this one will then have that one. Go! Any produced pollution constant pollution. Yeah, that's up. Pollution just raised very slowly after 85. Yep, I know. But we're also not producing as much pollution now that we're not using as much fuel to burn with. So, and it's the thing. Like, this is the thing. Like, if it's not, it's very convoluted, right? So, any pollution produced, no matter if it reaches biters or not, will contribute to the biter evolution, as critics say. But only the pollution that gets absorbed by biter nest is the pollution that triggers spawning of attacks. So if you never have the pollution cloud touch a biter nest, they will not attack. They might have an expansion that goes out to expand and then sort of stumbles upon your stuff, but they will not attack you, which is weird. Like the fact that if it was like, if you're not polluting the biters, they don't care. Then it's something you could manage and try to sort of limit your... It would just be more active. That's what I'm liking. I'd like to have things more active so you can... Yeah, you can work with it, right? Why would they not be native? Oh, they're not natives. Why are they not natives? I'll prove it to you. There. There was once a biter base here. Now the ground is forever contaminated by them. If they were native to the planet, the entire planet would be toxified like that. So they can't have been all over the planet. Plus the fact that when we land, there aren't that many of them. So they must just have arrived, and only by us coming there. Yeah, trees are native. Yeah, we haven't proven that they're not. I love how simple this is. Like straight in there. Okay, so this one will have to get a balancer of some sort, right? That one. If I walled my base, can the biters expand within my walls? Nope, they cannot. Because the way it works is that one biter base will generate an expansion force, and that expansion force will move to a location in like straight line and then expand to there. Also, there's a debug settings where you can see the chunks that are eligible for expansion, and they will not expand too close to you. But back in the days, you could just put in some power poles and then they wouldn't be spawning nearby, so you could sort of putting basically power poles here and there just to push back the available location they could spawn to. But alas, that was changed. And more supplies, not surprising. What are we out of? We are out of these. And also lots and lots of blues. And what was the last thing? Oh, that one. Yeah. To this planet as spores attached to your wrecked crew. The spores spread the entity. Ah?
Ow, 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 ow.
Maybe? Good evening, Volty Boy. Again, I guess.
Ow, 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 ow.
Oops, that's not correct. There. Good. No, nothing there. All right, let's see, where do we get things in? That's difficult. So this is one thing inbound, this is another thing inbound, and that's where, first of all, the most important one is that one. This is going to be copper. Closest one is copper. This is something and this is something else. So I guess this is plastic. Because this one will then be green. Which will come out from here. Yep. Which will then be... Some of it will go this way. There. The copper. Straight in, straight in. These two. No, because that's not enough. There we go. Yeah, I think that's a pretty good way of doing it. This one will be balanced. The panels, the draw here will be balanced. That's good. And now we just need to get the last bits in here. All right. Whew. Also mark all cliffs inside base for deconstruction, and nanobots will deal with them automatically over time. That's a really good. You have good ideas of those kind, right? I like those. Nope, this is not how I want it. Now I'm just gonna change you. Damn it. Well, it's kind of close-ish, so... I'll take this, and I'll go down there. I'm coming. I'm coming, I'm coming, I'm coming. Hey, Mirrors! Thank you for the brand new subscription, and welcome to the community. Thank you for supporting good enough for now. There are multiplayer mods which allow one player to control battles. Yeah, but it doesn't work. If it's the one Cloning made, it's more of a proof of concept than anything else. Yeah, I wanted to try it for sort of other purposes, but it just couldn't. It just didn't work. So. To you and 500 hours of content, I've been binging over the last year or so. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Appreciate it. You just thought, hello, welcome. Ah, nice. It's funny how there are. I feel like today there's been quite a few first timers, maybe. Maybe it's because of the recap, so that the people who are only watching on YouTube go like, well, you know what? I'll just drop on by and say hi if I have the time. Thank you for that, if that's the case.
Ow, 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 ow.
Ow, 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 ow. That's the case. Great, then it works. I don't know how this is gonna look, but I know that I'm gonna get that one. And what are we getting from here? We can get it in this one. Don't know how. That's gonna be the 2 items, and then the last item will be, oh, this one is absolutely going straight in here, for sure. YouTube follow from ages and second time here. Nice, nice. I love it. So I was kind of, I wanted to start this recap thing again, and I'm happy that I did. Alright, so at this point we have now 31 remaining. That's obviously not enough of anything. Yeah, don't worry, we are all good. We can, as long as we can understand each other, then it's all fine. All good. And I wanted to steal some iron from this. Not steal some steel, but steal some iron. But that's not the case, I guess. Where else might I do that? That's stone. And that's concrete. Ah, there we go. There's something. I need 1, 2, 3 of these. And how many do I have? I have 24. 24, and 24 will give me 209, so I can do 5, 6, 7 more. Then I'm all capped. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I also have no idea how I'm gonna get plastic in here, because the plastic I'm producing is not exactly available right where I need it. Oh, actually I don't need 3 of those. Do I? No. Well, yes. Kind of.
Ow, 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 ow.
Alright, Bartek, that is another one of your locations that I will start munching on. Your name is slightly too long for this to be ideal. Yeah. So I can only afford to put 10 in here. Well, 11 then. I don't think so. I don't think I did. Good. That's working. Then I'm gonna get the other one. That will get from there. S'mores the second. Yeah, S'mores the second is the closest. And it has to be red belts. I mean, it could be twice as many not red belts, but I am not having enough of this. Dirt. Yep, that is very dirt. Okay, let's go up here and figure out. Oh, it's kind of hidden here. Okay, and let's see. Unfortunately, we don't have, again, now we don't have enough drones. We can, of course, go around and find places that don't use as many drones as we have allocated, and then just steal some from there. But maybe you've been looking at it and go like, he's not using all of them. I will. I have. Do you want to go like this or like this? I think we'll go like this. Blue era not even close yet. Well, it's close. It is. I think. I mean, when you talk about blue circuits, this one will be blue circuits. I don't think we'll be making it today, mainly because we're going to have to solve the issue. The sulfuric acid, sorry, is easy. I'll just get it from that one, and then go up. But plastic, it would be neat if I could just take this one and convert, but we don't have liquefaction yet. What I could do is convert this tiny little thing here, instead of using it to build this, and then have this one being, then it would mean every single one of these has to be converted to, yeah, that's not great though. That's not great. Yeah. How's this one? Oh, this is also stockpiled, so this will probably end soon. This changes to copper. And I'll get one more of these. This is taking the first line of the O. That's really weird. No, that's because this is 5 wide, so it is always going to be a bit that one. And we are out. Plastic oil uses factor in expensive mode is much more than the other resources. Yeah, it is. The fact that when you look at the when you look at it in total, it's absolutely disgusting. The 30 per second or 30 per item here. That will be a here. And then I need some of this. So I'm really happy that we have come to a conclusion. I know that it's mainly me coming to a conclusion, but about sort of the next game to play, and that's going to be Valheim, giving that a shot on Friday when we are ending our licensure program stream tomorrow with a final hurrah. Belts, belts, belts.
Ow, 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 ow.
That one. Anything else? Well, that's amazing. Similar to the game you played this weekend. Exactly. That's also why I want to play it. I did not actually intend to play it because it was like, it's just a like slow building game. There's no automation. And then I had such a blast playing Icarus this weekend, and I'm really looking forward to playing it again. So I'm just really hoping that it's going to be one of those games where there is the overlap between what I like playing and what you like watching, because sometimes there's just games that I really want to play and then I can't play them for very long because, or basically I end up the games that I really want to play, and then I usually maybe make a YouTube episode for it, or like Battle Sector, for example. I wanted to play that, but I couldn't fit it into the schedule because it was quite clear that everyone rather wanted to watch some licensure programs. So, well, alas, that was not an option. And the same with Dice Legacy. I think Dice Legacy is a super cool little game. Unfortunately, it's just completely unknown. Did you pick up Valheim due to the big update coming in a few days? I think it's more of a synergistic. Of course, I've been keeping an eye on that one as an option for, well, something new is coming, but it's mainly, I had it sort of on the low priority list, and then I played Icarus and I wanted to do more of it, and then I thought, you know what, just the fact that there's a new update might mean that some people will sort of reinvigorate their interest in it, and then I can go in and play it as well. So yeah. Okay, now there's two things missing: sulfuric acid and plastic. Plastic, I am completely at a loss how to get that. I think this is kind of the best option. The only thing I can just think of is, what if I take like this part from here and go woo in here. Yeah, let's try that. And then I will free up this teeny tiny little oil thing for plastic. Here. There. That's exactly what I want. Why and coal or solid fuel mix? Because I'm supplementing the belt with coal if I did not have enough solid fuel, so I wouldn't get in trouble. This sucks. Ooh, that might actually be like the only thing that holds the world together right now. This line here. Oh, come on. It's great. Managed to get my wife to play it for a bit, and even she enjoyed it. Oh, and oh, you're not now. You're not allowed to. Well, that's the curse, right? You think you found like the perfect situation, and then there is a flip side to it. Now you're not allowed to play it by yourself.
Tales of our
Hey,
valors
Castor, thank you.
proliferate.
That's been a bit of lag on that one. Well, not necessarily on that one, but thank you. Thank you for the 5 gift subs here at the coming in up on the end of the stream. That one. I know it's silly because they're not going to be building anything because I don't have any iron, but they have some drones. They're not drones though. I'm not getting drones from that. There. And this one as well. And I think that should actually somehow, maybe sometime, eventually solve the problem we have up here. Because this one we got up here. Slowly. Here. And that'll get into that one. And this really shouldn't be going in there. But it is for now. And that's good. That's not going to do anything. Let's get it here. What? How is... How is this not a thing? Oh, because it's full already. Damn. Oops. This one will now need to be... I'll just take it out. Nope. I will kill it and then take it out. Oh, sorry from... that was a good evening. Are we gonna have house robots abuse this series? Nope. Because look at that. We have robots. They're just not put to use that yet. At least that's not the intention at this point. But, you know, intentions can change at a whim. I need a bigger inventory. Pick up. There. Look at that. It's coming in. How many signs on into upgrade? The only way to get an inventory upgrade is better power armor. So, and that's not exactly around right now. There. So what is it I want now? I want to make actually over here. I can do a small plastic build. Like a really basic plastic build. First I need to figure out how much plastic I need. Okay, well, we are coming up on like the last bits of this for now. Bits of the today, and I will. Is it fully done? Yes. Maybe there could be like an expanded tool belt there. Yeah, there's only one tool belt. Then there's upgraded tools. That one. Yeah, so no overtime today, just looking at. Okay, hold on. I need to figure out how much plastic this one needs. It's all good. It's ready for plastic. It needs 12 plastic per second. This is also making 3 per second, but it only needs to make 2. So 12 plastic is actually more than I need. Okay, so let's see. How much could this one make? This one will make 1 per second, 2 per second. 2, 4, 6. That is all we need. Copper in, plastic out, something like that. Then in order for us to do this part, I'm going to need 120 per second. That's not happening. I can easily see that. Because this one, our best bet, is making 9 per second, so at consuming 20 per second. So 9 and how much? 120. What is that? That's 11, 12, 13 times. We could also do that and go 120 divided by 9. 13, yeah. So I need 14 of these. Times 20. That means I need, it's actually not that bad. 266 per second. It's certainly more than this one can provide. How much can you do in the best of times? You can do 38. Yeah. So you can do 38. Yay. And there's no way that it can be better anyway. Right? Yeah, so even with cracking, I mean, we're looking at 38. I was thinking like, all right, if it's 100, then we might get something, but 38. Damn. Nope, there are no other oil patches around here. There's that one, but that's kind of inaccessible to say the least. And all of these are tapped and going in here. The point was that I could take something that was close by and then use that for so. Damn. The thing is, like, what we need to consider is that cold liquefaction looks like the obvious answer, but it actually really isn't the obvious answer, because it's going to require drones for mining coal, and I don't have drones available. I don't have anywhere near the drones that I need. So with that being said, then this is not actually getting us anywhere. The other alternative is just to pump some petroleum onwards here. Like yet another thing that gets pushed all the way over here. Use regular miners on big patches. I don't want to do that. Modules and beacons are purple signs, and we don't do purple signs until yellow signs. Yellow signs is critical because we need yellow signs in order to survive the biters. And only when we have that, then I'm going to get like at least the uranium ammo so I can also go out maybe even and take some more biter nests out. And then only after that will we start looking at purple signs. And making full use of the oil patches. No, I'm not making full use of this one, but this one going up here doesn't seem like the most valid of opportunities. So also like no, there's still like oil reserved here, and one of the reasons why there's oil reserved is also that these two are idle. So these two are probably going to be, I think these two can consume 3 of these chests here, or these big ones. So is there a second tier of pumps? That's a really interesting question. Well, pumps, yes, but not pump jacks, maybe. Let's actually... Yes, there is. Pump jacks Mark II. And that is mining speed 2. Unfortunately, it's also purple science, so... I know, the long way is an opportunity. I don't want trains. I've said that I don't want trains. And even so, I think it's also easier to get it here. The question is just, I feel that it would be better for us to... Hold on, this is 12 plus this is 12. And it's clearly not even consuming all of that. Because why is this one now dead? Ooh. Yeah, that's kind of obvious. There's 2 there and there's 3, 4 there. Okay, this one needs to be moved soon, but I need this part here to disappear first. And then it's going to go down to Bartek afterwards. Anyway, I think it's better to build 1 more of these here and then 1 more of these, because that will give us sort of collecting it in one place, and then just take 1 plastic belt and go up and move it along this lane here. I go up. I think it's like crazy, like here and then up. Yeah, I think that makes more sense. And I do deliberately want to make sure that it's a yellow belt. I don't want to waste the purple belt, red belt for this. Close. And so the benefit of this is that it's just really straightforward if you really think about it. Like, it's just a belt. It's not consuming more than it needs. It'll of course be full of plastic, and once it's full of plastic, then that's just gonna be that. This will be the location. I'm going to have sulfuric acid there. Nope. There. Yeah, so I will be back with more Factorio on Thursday. I will be streaming tomorrow. Will be the final hurrah for Dyson Sphere program. So if you have enjoyed that series, then come by tomorrow and have a... Let's say goodbye and just do the final design for green science. And once that's done, then we're going to make sure that all of our beautiful spheres are okay. And I will probably have 2 more videos going on YouTube for Dyson Sphere Program. One about the green science and one for sort of, hey, look at all these cool Dyson spheres. It's a lot of weird things. There. That oil pass is not keeping up with the current load. Oil pipe blinks. Which one? I'm sure some of them. Will you make as small as possible sphere on the nearest master? They're nearly finished. Maybe. That's a good idea. And then let's hope there won't be any new surprise Masters of the Path joining like last time. That threw a wrench in my planning. Not a really bad one, but a wrench nonetheless. Oh, look at this. I'm getting that one going up here, then going over here, and then going down here again, instead of just taking it literally from here, almost straight directly in here. Yep, that's spaghettiness for you. Right. I'll just also just make a slight advertisement for my little YouTube series that I am so very much enjoying on Dice Legacy. I really think that's a fun game, and yeah, I mentioned it. It's such a shame that no more playing it. I think this is one of those cases where you can really see that if you do not do a influencer campaign, it's really difficult for a small indie game to make it, because you really need someone playing it. Left one, which you're planning to stream. Oh, look at that beauty of this turn. Left one. No, this one. No, I'm not planning to strain this one at all. Not any. I mean, this is quite obvious that it's running out, because it's competing. This one has a lot more pressure coming in, because this is only that little patch, but the other one is 1, 2, 3 patches. So that's okay. Not worried about it. Wasn't that interested. Okay. That's totally up to you. What I really like about it is that it has like a clear, like this mythology that is it people or is it not people? Like, I really like that idea. Like, it's a dice, so things are sort of dicey. Yeah, I went there, I know. And on the other hand, it's supposed to be peasants and stuff that they're unhappy. And the graphics, if this game had been exactly the same, but with little humans, it would have been totally irrelevant. Super boring for me. No interest at all. It's the fact that the dice mechanic, the randomness, you roll it and it's just like these dice are on the field. It just, there's something that appeals to me about it, because it's a board game. So that's for some reason it just really clicks for me. And I'm gonna continue to play it just for a bit. You can't very well roll humans. Sure you can. Sure. Alright. We're not going to get it anyway, so I just want to get to a point where we can sort of maybe remember where we started. And then what we're doing. This is supposed to be plastic, right? That's the part. There. Why do I keep running? Because I want to get sort of back to sort of the core of the base. I guess we go back to the sacred path and stop here. And then I'm going to make a little tag. Plastic. There. Maybe we'll remember that. Maybe. What about changing the drone texture to the one? Don't know. No opinion. Yep, we're absolutely doing pumpkin time. It is pumpkin time, and it's time for me to wrap up today. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining. It has been super fun, nice here, and yeah, we've been playing Factorio for 2 days in a row, and we managed to survive. So then, Ed Beans, who is Ed Beans, and yeah, so we'll be back on Thursday. Well, with Factorio, but tomorrow with Dyson Sphere. Come check it out. Good night, everyone, and yeah, take care and stay effective.